meeting of the Finance Committee to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer? And Ms. Worthing?
Present.
We have 5 members present.
There are 5 members present. Reading of disorderly persons city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings. May I have a motion to go into closed session? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Attorney. It's-
Yeah, thank you. It's Tom Sparrow from the City Law Department. The Law Department is requesting to go into closed session for the purpose of negotiating a collective bargaining agreement between the city and the Flint Patrol Officers Association. This is permitted under Section 8C of the Open Meetings Act, and you only need a bare majority vote under Section 7 of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, can I have a motion to go into an executive session?
I move to go into executive session.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to go into executive session.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I guess you was going to say any discussion.
I was getting ready to say that.
Okay, as I seen you look to the clerk, I'll vote to go in this executive session, 5 votes. I see the lawyers here is dealing with the Police Officers Association collective bargaining agreement. I see the deputy chief here, if I'm saying it right. So I'm ready to vote, get that over with.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We're going into executive session. It's 6:16, and I'm calling this meeting of the Finance Committee back to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Hergenroder is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
There are 7 members present. Next order of business is a special order for the City of Flint final audit reports presented by the Ryman. I don't even know the full name of the organization. Go ahead. Come up.
Good afternoon, good evening. We're with Raymond. That's the full name, so you had it pretty much there, so we're good. I'm Doug Dieter. I was the principal on the audit for the city of Flint for June 30, 2022. And I have Jason Stiles-Weedle with me, and he was the manager on the engagement. So we're going to go through just a high-level overview of the financial statements. Each of you have a printout of what's up on the screen here, so you can follow along either on the screen or in front of you. And I assume you all have copies of the audit report that was sent out back in December. So the 200-page audit report, we're going to narrow down to, I don't know, 15 or 20 slides or whatever it is. So we'll do our best, and we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end to help you work through any discussions you might have. So I want to start off with, for the audit process, it does require that the auditors work with the management of the city. So here in your case, it's the finance department. We work very closely with the finance department. They're the keepers of the numbers and the source documents. So we work closely with them to get through the audit process. So in an audit, in every audit, there are responsibilities that management needs to follow through on, and there's responsibilities that us as the auditors need to follow through on. So I just wanted to go through each of those real quick. So first of all, that 200-page audit report that I mentioned, that is management's document. So that belongs to them. All the information there belongs to them. Our portion of that document is about 3 or 4 pages, and it's our audit opinion that gives our opinion on whether the statements are fairly presented or not. So as part of the process, we do help management put that document together, but that doesn't relieve management's responsibility for that ultimate document. Management's also responsible for designing and implementing and making sure to maintain the internal control. So the checks and balances through the finance function of the city. And then also making sure that all financial records or any other information that the auditors request is provided to them in order to satisfy the auditors to provide that opinion that I mentioned on the audit report. So the auditor's responsibilities, as I mentioned, our responsibility is those 3 or 4 pages towards the front of the audit report that gives our opinion. So we give an opinion. It's not an absolute. We say that the financial statements are or not fairly presented. And when I say fairly presented, we don't look at every single transaction. So we sample, we test certain transactions, we look at different areas, but we don't do an audit of every transaction that goes through the city. Obviously, that would not be efficient or beneficial to anybody. So we also plan to perform our audit to obtain reasonable, like I said, reasonable assurance, not absolute. And then the last item is to communicate any significant findings from the audit to the council. So that's what we're doing here tonight, as well as it's all in our audit report. So I'd just like to start off with our opinion on the financial statements. We did issue what's called an unmodified opinion. That is the highest level of assurance we can provide that what you see in that audit report is fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So this is basically what's called or considered a clean opinion. It's the same opinion the city has received over the years. And I just want to note that the Hurley Medical Center and the Downtown Development Authority are both included in the audit report, but those are audited by other firms. And our responsibility is we, get the finalized audit report from those other firms, and it gets incorporated into your report. So it's a complete reporting package. So now I'm going to pass it off to Jason. He's going to run through some of the numbers for you.
Thank you. As Doug said, I'm going to go over some of the financial highlights. So in the presentation we've provided, in the blue section in the top left, there's page number references. So if you want to get any more detail, because some of the data I'm going to show is kind of condensed. So if you want some more detailed information, refer to those page number references in the big 200-page financial statement. So this slide right here that you're looking at is a overview of the assets, liabilities, and fund balance of the general fund. So the general fund is the main operating fund of the city. And this is a snapshot as of December 31st, or sorry, take that back, June 30th, 2022. So you can see assets in the general fund consisted primarily of cash and cash equivalents, income taxes receivable, as well as amounts due from other governments, which that's primarily state shared revenues from the state of Michigan and some other funding from the state of Michigan in that due from other governments line. And the rest of it is some other small receivables and some prepaid items. Accounts payable is kind of, the liability section there is breakup of a few different liabilities that the government had at June 30th. And then deferred inflows, that represents receivables that the city has booked for grant money coming in that weren't received within 60 days of year end. So the city has a policy that if they don't receive it, the fund level defers that in a deferred inflow instead of recognizing the revenue at that time. So that revenue will be recorded once the actual cash is received. The bottom section here is the breakout of fund balance. So this is basically after the city was to take all of its assets, and if they were to pay off all their liabilities, this would be what's left at the end of the day. So there's a small piece of non-spendable, which is basically prepaids. You guys have already spent that money out, just haven't expensed that yet. The assigned fund balance of 14 million as of June 30th was fund balance that the city had set aside for next year's budget. So basically, next year's budget was using $14 million of fund balance to cover expenditures. And the last piece, the unassigned, is just additional funding that's available for use for the city. So the Government Finance Officers Association, they recommend about having 2 months in fund balance, 2 months of expenditures, I guess, in fund balance. So as of the end of the year in June, you guys had over that 2 months available at the time. 2 months in expenditures for 2022 was about $10 million if we were just to straight average expenses over the year. The next slide is a overview of budget to actual for the general fund. And this slide's specifically looking at revenues. Oops. So the budget fluctuations here, you'll see the big one at the top there for income taxes. So the city historically has kind of been conservative in its budget approach for income tax revenue. And additionally, this year they were a little more conservative for folks coming back from COVID, not working in the city where so they weren't sure how that transition was going to work. So that budget really wasn't adjusted for those changes. And the so that was sorry. So there was more revenue for that. The charges for services, the final budget was 12.5 million and actual revenue was 5 million. And the major contributor to that is indirect cost allocations. So the general fund charges other funds in the city for services it provides. And so there was changes in how that allocation was done. So basically some other funds didn't pay the general fund as much. So that's why that went down, and just the budget wasn't adjusted for that change.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to the speaker, you'll say stuff and then your voice will descend.
Okay, I'll try to be more in the mic.
Yeah.
Sure thing. So is there anything you want me to repeat back there? Or
Well, if I may, Madam Chair.
sorry.
You were talking about the the last column being the actual, whether it was over or under the projections, correct?
Correct.
And if it's in parentheses, it was under. Like the 7 million was
Yes, yes.
under. Okay.
So for the next slide, we're looking at, which is in your deck that you have, slide 7, the general fund expenditures, budget and actual, or budget to actual. So again, this is a high-level look of the final budget, the first column there, to the actual numbers in the middle, and the variance between the final budget and actual. So all expenditures in this case, you can see were under budget, which is good. The state would require some sort of plan if you guys were expending funds over the budget. General government, under budget here. So again, there were some changes in that indirect cost plan, so that contributed to this under budget for the general government line. The public safety line variance for budget, under about 2.8 million from budget, primarily related to decreases in overtime costs for public safety. And there were some vacancies that hadn't been filled that were, I guess, anticipated in the budget originally. And the last piece for transfers out, there was a transfer out planned that just didn't occur. The next slide, this is kind of a comparison of adding the revenues and expenditures to see what you guys were planning on as far as a change in fund balance. So in the budget, you had budgeted originally for a decrease of approximately $13 million in fund balance. The actual decrease in fund balance came in at 3.8, which is good to see. And the that variance there for increase, the over of 9.1 million, is directly relates to the previous two slides, those changes in revenues and expenditures. And again, looking at the fund balance at the end of the year compared to the 2022 fiscal year's expenditures and transfers out, you have about 33% in fund balance in comparison to those expenditures.
Madam Chair, point of information. You might not realize it, but you're doing it again. Let me
I'm
try.
sorry.
Yeah, you just used to talking like that. The fund balance end of the year is over 9 million.
That would be the budget to actual variance.
Beg your
So-
pardon?
The budget to actual variance. So originally the city had budgeted for a $13 million decrease in fund balance. The actual result was a 3.8 million. So there was a positive increase of 9 million compared to budget. So what actually occurred was a 3.8 million decrease in fund balance from,
The final budget was 9.9 million. The actual was 19 million, but then it
Yes,
said
for ending fund
actual
balance.
over the final budget is another 9 million.
compared to the budget, correct?
Mr. Mays, I would like to have all of our questions saved until the end, if that would be
Beg
okay.
your pardon?
I would like to have all of our questions saved to the end. if
And
that
I
would
would
be
like
okay.
to ask them as they
And-
come to me.
And I would like you to make a note of that, please.
Well,
you.
I'm gonna continue if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, looking at the next slide. Slide number 9. This is a overview of the enterprise funds of the city, which this would be the water fund and sewer fund of the city. So this here is looking at the assets, liabilities, net position of the funds, similar to how I explained for the general fund. You know, you have your assets minus your liabilities, and any deferrals equals the ending net position. So we kind of had boxed a couple key things to kind of point out the significant legacy costs that the city has related to pension and OPEB. So those are boxed there. Just, I know you guys are working on trying to develop a plan to work to help reduce those liabilities. Those carried down into the net position section, and you'll see the net investment in capital assets. So that that's net position that the city has, but you really can't do anything with it. It's tied up in your infrastructure and other assets in those funds. So what you really want to, just keep a close eye on is the unrestricted net position and the deficit. So the water fund currently has a deficit of nearly 23 million. For the
Point of
next slide.
information,
What's your point?
the 23 million is reflected in that second blue box at 22,871,000.
Correct.
That's what you're referring to, that you could tell.
Yes, the unrestricted deficit there's a overall positive net position for the water fund, but most of that is tied up in the capital assets of the city. So all the infrastructure.
Go ahead.
The next slide is a high-level overview look at the operating revenues as well as operating expenses. So that first box really should have been down on the next line there for operating income. So you'll see with the operating revenues minus the operating expenses, the sewer fund had an operating income of approximately 13.2 million, where the water fund had an operating loss of 6.5 million. So that's something the city is, kind of want to look at, because that's not helping the unrestricted deficit in the water fund. If you look at the bottom, you'll see there was an overall positive change in net position for the water fund of approximately 1.4 million. But most of that is where that's coming from is the capital grants, which are really going into capital assets. So the city is going to want to, I know you guys are, continue to look at whether there's a way to increase revenues or decrease expenses to try to eliminate that operating loss for the water fund. So the next slide is a kind of a historical look back of the MERS defined benefit pension plan. So this is the overall pension liability, or I guess the net pension liability, which is the total pension liability less the plan assets, gets you the net pension liability. So as of June 30th, the city had approximately 29% funded in the pension plan. So again, just keep monitoring that, keep working on it. I know the city's doing that. The pie chart kind of shows the allocation of how that net pension liability was allocated as of June 30th, 2022. The next slide is again a look back of the actuary determined contributions and what the city contributed to the plan. So the city's actuaries determine how much every year the city needs to contribute to the plan, and that's the minimum amount they should be contributing. And you'll see the past few years the city's met that obligation. The next slide is the retiree healthcare death benefit or defined benefit plan. So you'll see here the OPEB liability, but there will be no plan net position. So the city does not have a trust set up to hold any assets for the OPEB plan. So they're currently not contributing, or well, you're making contributions when they're due, so you're kind of as a pay as you go, but not contributing to the future liability for that at this time. Again, the pie chart shows the allocation of the liability as of June 30th, 2022. So similar to the pension, this next chart here is a comparison to what the actuaries have determined the city should be contributing each year and how much the city actually contributed. So the next slide is a high-level notation on the single audit for the city. So we're currently working on the city single audit. It's required to be submitted to the Federal Clearinghouse by March 31st of this year. The total federal expenditures were approximately $38 million for 2022 fiscal year. And there's 4 major programs that we're currently looking at. It's the Emergency Solutions Grant, the Coronavirus State Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, as well as the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. And there outlines the dollar value of each of those expenditures for those 4 grants. The next slide, we're kind of going to talk about some of the audit findings that we had this year. Before I get in there, I just wanted to take a moment that while on paper there's audit findings still, there has been significant improvements from last year to this year in the finance department. So this first finding that we have on here talks about audit adjustments that occurred during the audit. Some were identified by the city as well as us. In comparison, there was over 2 times as many entries in 2021 versus 2022's audit. So significant improvement there. I know they're working on trying to continue that into the future. Before we, talk about these, I also just wanted to touch base on different levels of findings that we can have. So there's basically 3 levels of deficiencies in internal controls. There's material weaknesses, which is a deficiency that is reasonably possible that the weakness could result in a material misstatement in the financial statements. And then the next level, it's not as bad, but it's still important enough that we should communicate it to council, and that would be a significant deficiency. So a little bit less than a material weakness. And the other item is what we call other matters. So it's not necessarily an item that we think could cause a material misstatement, but it's important that we should communicate it with the board and with management. Areas that there could be improvements to strengthen internal controls, those other matters. So these first few slides, and I'll let you know when we switch, are going to be we considered these to be material weaknesses. So again, the first one is noted as a repeat for material audit adjustments, because the city's records were initially materially misstated until those adjustments were made. That's why we can provide unmodified opinion on the financials, because we went through that, worked with management, and adjustments were made to make those corrections. Again, a lot better than it was in 2021. The next slide is a repeat finding. Last year there was a little bit more. This year is a little bit less. So I'm confident this one would probably be cleaned up next year. There were some accounts that the city wasn't able to provide detail on what that liability was for, who the funds were owed to. So next slide, the utility billing. So this one is a repeat as well. There was approximately $1 million in credit balances in the utility billing module. In comparison to the year before, there was about 2.3 million. So I know the city went through and worked on applying those credits to other customer accounts if people had moved or residents had changed, as well as looked at cheating funds to the state for accounts that were within a credit. So I know that was, I'm sure, a lot of work to get through that. So I'm sure that, I know they're working on doing some more of that to try to clean that balance up. The other items on here, there's just some recommendations we have as far as segregation of duties. So some more checks and balances within utility billing, just to strengthen up those internal controls. And there's a lot of water rates and sewer rates in the city's utility billing module that don't necessarily line up with the approved rates. So not that I don't think there was anything like overcharges, undercharges. It's just the rates don't really line up. So I think some cleanup could be done there. The next one, the city, in the prior year, the city had investments that were reported in the OPEB trust fund, which there really wasn't a trust. So the city had moved these funds into the Fringe Benefit Fund, which is where those payments are being made from anyway. The only thing when, in moving that, they still would be required to comply with the Public Act 20 in regards to what the city can invest in. So those investments just were invested in things that don't comply with Public Act 20. And I believe it's my understanding they're working on moving that stuff around. So that one probably should go away next year as well. Next slide, tax distributions. So the city collects funds on behalf of other municipalities and is required to distribute those funds in a certain amount of time. So during our review, we noted there were some instances where maybe that didn't happen in a timely fashion. And there was also some instances where payments to municipalities were over the amount that was collected for them. And there were some that was, that might have been either way, over or under. So I know they're working on trying to reconcile those. And there were some accounts that really hadn't changed from the prior year. So the next slide, this is where we get into what I kind of described as other matters. Still something that could help strengthen control, but not necessarily a material weakness. So on the city's bank reconciliation, there's some old checks that need to be cleaned up. And, you know, if they can't figure out what's going on, those should be escheated to the state. Fire escrow account, there's some funds in there that my understanding need to be cleaned up as well. Bank reconciliations. So the city has the BSNA software that they use for their general ledger. There's some bank reconciliations that are done outside of the system. We just recommend that those get pulled into the system and be done inside the system instead of outside in like an Excel sheet. Decentralized departments. So I know there's accounting staff throughout the city that don't really report to the finance department. It can create some difficulties. So we just recommend that there would consider that those accounting people would report to the finance department in some capacity. System backups. We noted that the city has a process to back up the BSNA software, but we weren't aware of any actual tests. So of restoring the BSNA accounting module. So a backup's only as good as if you know it can work. So recommend some sort of testing implemented on that. Purchase cards. So last year, this would have been a material weakness that we had noted. This year, it came down to just another matter. I think there was one instance where the card issuance didn't have all the signatures that it should have had on it. Not anything that, you know, didn't look that there was something not legitimate going on. It was just there was a missing signature on the authorization form.
Point of information, can you speak up when
Yep.
you saying stuff, whether it's good or bad, seem like you wind down.
All right,
And
sorry.
if it's good or bad, just speak
Yep.
up.
So for the P cards, as I was saying, in the prior year, this was a material weakness. This year, we reduced it to another matter. There was one instance where a card was issued that all the signatures for the issuance of the card were not on the issuance form. Cash receipts in the police department. During our testing, we noted some receipts that didn't get deposited timely, and there was some fees that weren't corrected in the BSNA system to match the master fee schedule. So there were some differences between what was being charged versus the master fee schedule. Utility billing, utility bill shutoff. So again, I know we had talked about utility billing and the water sewer departments for their operating costs. We just recommend the city review its policy for shutoffs and then make sure they're following that policy. So if customers aren't paying in the allotted time that they're supposed to, look into if those shutoffs should be done or not, I guess. Mass Transit Authority receivable revenue. So there was an instance where a receivable didn't get recorded in the correct year. So just recommend making sure if there's a receivable due that it gets picked up in the right period. Pension, census data, payroll documentation. Prior, this was a material weakness. This year, we reduced it to another matter. So just, again, to implement a review process to make sure that data transferred to the pension MERS is accurate and matches employee records. Next slide, the budgets in the accounting system. We just recommend to implement a process to make sure that what gets into BSNA matches the budget that was approved by council, and that all the general fund and special revenue funds are required by state to have a budget adopted. So there was a few funds that didn't have a formal budget adopted. Vendor policy. So we noted the city has like an informal policy on how they add vendors to the system. We'd recommend that that would be documented and put in some paper form to ensure that a fictitious vendor wouldn't be added, or that any other activity occur. Those things are on the rise of people trying to get, I guess, social engineering and different things to fake something to get a vendor added. So it'd be good to have a policy in place to ensure that can't occur. In the prior year, there was a capital asset that didn't get recorded. So we just recommend, again, making sure things are getting in the right period. Next slide. The utility billing allowance for uncollectible accounts. So here we recommend that the city look at the method that it's doing to calculate uncollectible balances in the utility billing. So in the water and sewer funds, looking at collection history, as well as potential write-offs for accounts that don't appear collectible. The method, we just recommend that be revised and looked at further. Drug seizure accounts, implement a process to identify when cases are closed. It's our understanding that once a case gets closed, that money should be moved into revenue for the city. It looks like there's just not a good process identifying when a case gets closed to pull that into revenue. And that's a similar item for unclaimed property, as well as we recommend maybe having some periodic physical inventories of what's in there compared to the property records that the police department has. The next slide is talks about a new accounting standard that was implemented during 2022. So during 2022, GASB 87 was applicable to the city, which required the city to record all leases as whether they're right of use assets or liabilities or receivables for any lessor activities. So during 2022, the city did record those lease receivables as well as any lease payables and the related assets to them. The next slide, this pronouncement will be applicable for the 2023 fiscal year. It's GASB 96. It's very similar to GASB 87. It just relates specifically to IT subscriptions. So GASB 87 basically kind of carved these items out, and GASB 96 is basically pulling them in. So those related IT subscriptions, software contracts would be potentially considered leases and have to be picked up. So that's all we have as far as presentation wise. Open up to questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I got questions. For me, it's easier to do them as they arise on each slide and each page. I tried to halfway accommodate what the request was, but on some of those material weaknesses and the different things that you ask, and it would do me better to know specifically. If you want me to use one for an example, I'll go back to it, tell you what page, and then ask for the specific example. Okay, if you go to page To save time, let's start at page 19. On page 19, your presentation referred to the 924,000 under Public Act 20. What did you say was the problem there?
So those investments are invested in funds, basically like stocks, mutual funds that the state doesn't allow governments to invest in unless they're in a pension or OPEB trust fund. And since those funds aren't in a trust fund like that, they have to comply with what the government normally can invest in.
So 900 and some thousand had been done like that.
Correct.
And it need to be corrected.
Correct.
And then you also alluded to one of the pie charts that we ain't making OPEC contributions. Was that right?
No, so you are making OPEB contributions, just not contributing, I guess, extra to that liability. So,
Okay, so the liability, what was shown in the pie,
correct.
if you add the whole pie numbers up, that'll be the total liability.
Yes,
So we were making contributions, but we wasn't getting the, I'm gonna just say delinquent figures down.
so the contributions you were making were covering the current year costs.
Nothing that had
Nothing
already
extra to
accrued.
cover any future costs for the OPEB plan.
Point of information. Mr. Mays, are you, for clarity, are you referring to the healthcare on page 13?
He put it up, whatever slide it was.
Yes, yes, slide
I just
13.
didn't interrupt him at the time, but I want clarifications on that. And then go to slide 14. What is the blue and what is the red?
The copy I have is in black and white, so let me look
Beg
over
your
here.
pardon?
So the blue
What'd
is
you
the,
say?
I say the copy I'm working with is in black and white, so I don't have the color. So let me look over here.
Oh,
Sorry.
yours is in black and white. Yeah,
So-
what is the blue and what is the red?
So the blue is the actuarial determined contribution. So that's what the city's
And the red is
actuaries,
what we've been,
what the city actually contributed.
so like in 2021, the blue was what they recommended and the red is what we contributed.
Correct.
Okay, I wanted that clarification as well. When you go to that P card, do you remember who and what department that was?
I don't remember
Even
that.
though it
off
was
the-
only one.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top
We
of my
can
head.
find out though, can we?
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
Okay.
I'd like to know who and what department that was and the dates when it came about. As it relates to this particular audit, at the beginning when I'm listening to you, y'all usually do a year-end audit. So from December 31st backwards, what do you go back to the other December 31st?
So what we're covering here would be the period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
You're doing the whole fiscal year.
Yes,
Okay. You start in December, but you're doing the fiscal year from July 1st to June or whatever the previous fiscal year was.
correct.
And you said something in your findings about the fiscal year. That's why when you say this stuff and go through them one by one, I disagree with my colleagues for years. Some of them don't be knowing what you're talking about. I sometimes don't know. And the best thing to do is when you say it, ask the question. I think it's more beneficial for me and colleagues, but you know, I get this every year. Save your questions, wait. I can't say that many of them. So the thing to do is when they come up, is to ask them at that time as you go through your presentation. I've been arguing that for years. The system of criminal. When you talk about on page 22, those cash receipts from the police department, deposit cash receipts in a timely manner and update the fees with the system according to the alignment with the master fee schedule. They've been undercharging or overcharging as it relates to master fee. Do you know?
I would have to try to go back and look to see which way it
Let's
went.
find out. Now, on these utility bill shutoffs, recommend the city review custom accounts to determine which customers are not making regular payments and begin the shut-off policy procedure according to city policy. I know when that city policy and this current mayor was saying no shut-offs. What fiscal year it started back would be this last fiscal year. Did you review the specific policy? Evidently you did. Or you just said that.
I know the city has a policy, and I don't remember what it is offhand, but I believe there was instances where we had noted it didn't appear that the shut off occurred when we thought it would have based on the policy.
I think I know what the policy is. Amanda, she would know back there. So show me what policy or see if you can tell me if you are just referring to a policy in general or you've seen a particular policy.
I can look into that. I don't know what that is off the
I
top of
would
my head.
appreciate that. That's a big issue in the city of Flint. On page 23, budgets and accounting systems, implement a process to ensure the budget entered into the BS&A agrees with the budget adopted by council and any subsequent amendments also captured in the BS&A. Describe the BS&A, and did you see instances where implementing a process was not implemented? What is that?
So BSNA is the software the city uses to
Okay.
keep all of its accounting records in it. So with us noting this, yes, there would have been an instance where it appeared the budget in the system didn't match the budget that council had approved.
So you've seen expenditures of budget processes that was inconsistent with the adopted budget by council. And did you see any subsequent amendments that were also conflicting with that?
So amendments are kind of hard to track because there's amendments throughout the whole year to see what that looks like. And you guys are constantly moving funds between, and the city council doesn't adopt a formal final budget for us really to go in and look at.
But you did see some inconsistencies with the adopted budget. Do you know how many?
I don't know that number off the top of my head.
Let's see if we can take a closer look at that. It was also something dealing with that budget. Now, he gonna have to be smart enough to figure out what page. I'm being sarcastic, but without giving you a page, it kind of stuck out in my mind. And it had to do with the general fund budget and other revenue budgets for the fiscal year. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but what you said was that it seemed like, and when we find the page, you correct me if I'm wrong, or if your mind tells you, you correct me if I'm wrong. I'm getting old. But the point is this, you said that the adoption of doing this budget, and I'm paraphrasing, should be done for that fiscal year along with other special revenue budgets at the beginning of that fiscal year. Did you remember saying something of that nature?
Yeah, so on page 22, one of the bullet
On
points for the
page
budget.
22,
One of the bullet points for the
let me
budget.
turn to it.
Okay.
Because that's important.
I'm sorry, it's page 23. I apologize.
Beg your pardon.
Page 23.
23, you getting old as me, man. Page 23, which one is it?
So it's going to be
At the first one?
the first section there, the second bullet
The
point.
second point. The general fund and all special revenue funds are required to have a formal adopted budget before the city council's fiscal year. And the reason I'm asking that, and you're gonna help me or my colleagues, or a combination of both. See, I've argued that special revenue funds, can you give my colleagues and me an example of a special revenue fund?
So the city has a few special revenue funds. Off the top of my head, there's major streets, the ARPA Special Revenue Fund, local streets. There might be a few more. I'm not
Grant
thinking of.
monies, and I'm glad you threw in the ARPA. Your recommendation is that the general fund and all special revenue funds are required to have a formal adopted budget before the city's fiscal year begins.
Correct.
And so it's music to my ears because I've listened and watched the budget process, and I've listened and watched some of my colleagues when they concentrate just on the general fund. Why would you believe that these special revenue funds are in line with an adoption prior to the fiscal year? What makes you say that? Accounting law?
The state has a requirement.
The state requirement. So if anybody says differently to Councilman Mays here in this city hall, they don't understand what you understand. Would that be a fair statement?
I'm not sure on that, but the state would require the general fund and all special revenue funds to have a budget adopted before the fiscal year begins.
Well, I'm sure about it. You might not be sure. I'm sure about it. If the state requires it and you know it, and you say it to us in a finding, and we pay you money to know. If you don't know,
Well, all I could say is that it is required, and there was, I don't remember the specific fund, but there was one of the special revenue funds that did not have a budget adopted before
I
the
know
fiscal
probably
year.
more than one. So, you know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but that has been a discussion as it relates to certain funds other than the general fund, from my recollection. There's a question I could end with that you might not know the answer to, and you might. I'm not afraid that you know the answer. I'm just not putting the answer right now. I appreciate working with you guys, not just this year, but the other years. We didn't get the information in December. We got it a couple weeks ago. I argued that we should have had it immediately so we could review it and discuss it. But remember, I'm not the finance chair or the president now, used to be. I remember when y'all gave it to me, I said it should be distributed to everybody on the council first before even some of the administration, and I stick with that. But you can give it to everybody at the same time. I'm gonna hear what my colleagues ask. I can appreciate the answer to some of these questions publicly. And, you know, you're the auditors. When you see something, you don't have to get low voice about it.
I'll try to
'Cause it
I'll try to
ain't
work on the
good.
microphone control here.
What you say?
So I'll try to work on the microphone.
You got to work
use.
on it. I feel sorry for folks sometime too, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna talk loud and proud, good, bad, whatever. I appreciate you. I've enjoyed working with you. I renew you for another contract. I mean, I don't know if we did multiple ones this time, but you two guys I've enjoyed working with. And we can do a better job in the city of Flint. Y'all done started the new audit already.
We're working on this single audit for fiscal year 2022.
For 2022.
Correct. So that's
that
the
mean-
audit of all the federal awards.
So that mean y'all still around
Yes.
and y'all steady getting paid.
I'm not familiar with the billing, but yeah.
Yeah, you getting paid. And my ending question in reality and sarcastically is, if I get into a dispute with these financial folks based upon what you said as it relates to the general fund budget, the revenue budgets, and other things, I might call you back up in the middle of the year before this time comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Madam Chair,
Mr.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to call up Mr. Whittigan, or is this just for Raymond?
Let's just stick with Raymond for now, since it's a budget presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I'll just echo the sentiments of my colleague in the first ward, and thank you for all your hard work. And we will take all of these considerations under consideration and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, your light is on.
Yes. I got some, the DDA, I wrote my questions down as you was,
Did you say the DDA?
yes.
Okay.
When you guys requested for financial information from them, was it done in a timely manner?
There was a slight delay with the DDA's report issuance, but we got the report in time to make sure the city's report was issued on time for the year end.
Okay.
And it was after our initial, like our contract date. So we did work a little bit after that, but it wasn't a significant push on our end because we had completed the stuff from the city side. It was just a little bit of time for that.
For some reason, my computer decided it wanted to update.
That always happens, right?
The notes that I type is behind the update or whatever this thing doing. So on the unrestricted on page 9, you talked about the unrestricted deficit of $22,871,584. Could you elaborate on that a little bit in more detail?
Sure. So the unrestricted deficit there represents an accumulation of losses over a number of years that the water funds incurred. So those losses are netted there in a cumulative amount. Basically, in the current year, there was a $6 million shortfall on operating revenues under expenses. So that, without that changing, that deficit could continue to grow.
You also talked about accountant staff not reporting to the finance director. Who do they report to?
Their respective department heads.
So they can spend however they choose in a department and not have to report to the finance director, that have to give a report to the overall financial budget of the city of Flint?
I don't know exactly how the dynamics of that works, but I know there's accountants that don't report directly to the finance department.
In your opinion, is there something that we could do as a body to, or is that just administrative? Is that just administrative, something that the mayor will have to change how the department heads do? Or do we need to create an ordinance or something that mandate that? Because I didn't know that the accountings of each department does not report to the finance director.
So as far as the mechanics and I guess the legality of how that needs to occur, I would defer to the city's attorney on how that process needs to happen. But our recommendation is that in some form, that those department accountants that don't report to finance in some form would in the future.
And then you also talked about the supported accountant custodian fund has a liability of 120,943, which the city was not able to provide support, and the city was not able to identify who the funds were owed to.
Yes.
Could you explain about that?
So there is some accounts in one of the custodial funds that has a liability reported in it for that $129,000, or 120, excuse me, that we had asked for some sort of subsidiary schedule to outline what that money is for and who it's owed to. And the Finance Department and Treasury couldn't not find a report or a listing of what that was for.
The other one that I wrote down, certain water and sewer charges in the billing system did not agree with the approved rates. Could you explain what you mean by that? Because I know people be saying that they charge, too much on a bill. So what, can you explain? That stood out to me.
Yeah, so the master fee schedule outlines a number of rates for water and sewer. And there's a decent amount of them. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but the rates that are in the utility billing system, there's a significant more, I guess, different rates in the system than what's on the master fee schedule. So we recommend that that gets reviewed and to ensure that those rates match.
So for an example, and I don't know, but just so I can get clarity of what you're saying, for the master fee schedule, the master fee could say, I'm going to charge $15 for sewer charge, $15 for, $30 for water. Are you saying that when I get the bill in the mail, even the master fee may say it's $15 that they could charge per customer, but it may be charging more or less? Is that what you're saying?
There is some variance between the master fee schedule and what's in the utility billing system. Now, those rates in the system are going to be applied to everyone across the city. So there's not like any
Right.
certain customers are getting
master
charged
fee.
different. It's just a variance between the master fee schedule and the city's.
So really,
Utility system.
the billing with the master fee, everyone should be getting charged the same master fee. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, everyone
Residential-
is charged the same
residential.
fees.
Okay. So when they get the bill, is that bill the same fee, or are they being charged more or less? How could you have found something in the billing system if the master fee is a flat rate? So everybody getting charged the same amount of master fee charges. Only thing that I could see changing in the water billing system is the amount of usage of water. Are you saying outside of water that's being charged, are residents being charged in some cases, not all, being charged more or less when it comes down to the flat rate?
I don't believe that's the case. I think from memory recalling, I believe there's a slight variance between what's allocated between the two funds, that the overall total cost is the same. I think there's just a difference between what's on the schedule compared to water and sewer. So like in total, it's the same when you look at water and sewer costs for the fee.
So the water and sewer fee is,
Say the water and sewer fees $100 combined. It might be that the city's schedule says it should be 50-50, but what's in the system might be 60-40. So it's still $100. It's just a difference between the fund and the rate.
okay.
We didn't notice anything that would say that someone was getting over or undercharged.
My other question is the fire escrow account. This done came up a couple of times. So when someone house catch on fire and it's a total loss, or they need to rehab before they can tap into the fire escrow account, or maybe the fire escrow account that the city is holding, is that money being held because is the city required to demo with that fire escrow account, or is it just money that the residents have not been reimbursed? I know in my ward, one resident house caught on fire. They fixed it back up, and they was waiting to receive their money back from the fire escrow account that the city was holding.
As my understanding that the way that's supposed to work is the resident would be responsible for making the corrections, and that once the city had determined that those repairs or whatnot had been done or demo had been done, then those funds would be released.
So is that probably why some funds are still being held in the fire escrow, because the residents just haven't done what they supposed to do and be eligible to receive those monies back?
That would be a possibility, yes.
Okay, that makes sense now. In the drug seizures account, so we are receiving, confiscating, whatever, and we holding it, and we not properly, how would I say this, transferring that to the appropriate places.
Correct. So the drug seizure account, my understanding of how that operates is there would be seizures that occurred with a, a traffic stop or something. Somehow the city seizes those funds, and then the person that those funds were seized from, they have a certain amount of time to file a claim or an appeal, or if there's a legal case against them, there's a certain time frame that once, if those things haven't occurred or the case gets closed out, that the city would either return the funds to the individual, or if it's deemed that it's the city's revenue, those funds get transferred into revenue for the city. So at the end of the year, as of June 30th, there was some funds in there that appeared should have been revenue for the city, but they were still maintained in a liability account. So it was just I guess an accounting function to report those funds in the correct location.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who has any questions? Anyone else? Okay, I just had one question, and we approved a budget for ARPA dollars that would cover the life of the ARPA. We did not do an annual ARPA budget.
Okay.
Should we have do we need to do an annual budget for those funds? Because these are across the years, and you have to be expended by a certain date, and
I believe it should be an annual budget adopted. If you're adopting one budget and then that budget needs to roll every single year, I think there would be additional disclosures required. I might defer to, I think I just said that right, so.
I'll just add to that. The state requires an annual budget. So if you're adopting the budget for ARPA over the 3-4 year process, that doesn't meet the state requirements. You can do that, but then you should need to, split that up into annual allocations as well. What do you expect to actually spend during that fiscal year? And that's what should be adopted as your budget.
okay. Thank you very much. That was my only question. I want to thank you very much for your time, gentlemen, and you did a good job. We appreciate all the work that you've done for the city.
Thank you. I
Madam
appreciate it.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may, before they leave, when you describe that process of budgeting for the fiscal year, that don't mean whatever budget you adopt for those special funds, you can always amend it and adjust it and whatever. You should just do what you think you need to do in that fiscal year, correct?
Yeah, so you would adopt a budget before the fiscal year starts, and then throughout the year, if amendments need to be made, then yes, you would make amendments throughout the
And that
year.
would include all of those funds.
Correct.
That's what I thought you were saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this closes out the special order. Go back to our agenda. The next item of business is a special order 220423 on the House of Esther. Ms. Burns, and without objection, I'd like to,
I object.
okay. You object to postponing that till next
Yes.
week? Okay, do you have, do you want to do discussion now, or
Yeah.
would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to, drop it.
Okay, is there support? It's been moved to drop the special order 220423 on the House of Esther.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported.
Madam
to
Chair.
Drop the, yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think folk got a lot of nerve trying to drop folks' special orders. And if 5 people vote to do that on this council, I mean, we got here 8, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would take a vote of 5. I don't think Ms. Burns gonna vote for it. And I don't think I'm gonna vote for it. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll see what happens, but that's a lot of nerve to try to drop somebody's special order in a committee meeting when House of Esther and the other properties that we got from the land bank is an outstanding issue. This ain't a council meeting, this is a committee meeting. I'll be voting not to drop it. And I just like I'm an observer of politics. I love politics. Let's see what this vote turn out to be. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Yes,
I would
Ms.
like to speak. The reason why I'm just saying drop the House of Esther, not because we don't want to see House of Esther move forward and purchase it, but the city has put House of Esther on the out for bid. So House of Esther now is in a better position now than they ever been to purchase the facility. Whether it's for the asking price or whether it's for the offer that House of Esther originally offered to purchase the building, the city has opened the opportunity for the House of Esther to be able to purchase the building. If things don't go and the city don't sell the facility and House of Esther don't bid on that process, that's on them. But now it's moving forward for House of Esther to be able to purchase the building because it's up for sale. So being that the city has moved to open that process, because if we keep House of Esther on here, there's nothing really we can do. Our hands are tied because it's up for sale now. So if we keep House of Esther on here, it's up for sale and somebody can purchase it. House of Esther will have to take legal actions. It's just out of our hands. And we have beat this horse to death when it comes to House of Esther. I hope that they get it. I want to see them stay there, and hopefully they could put an offer, and maybe they already done that, put an offer to purchase the facility. So that's why I wanted to just drop this, being that it's up for sale now, and hopefully they are working with some funders behind the scenes to put in an offer to buy it. They probably already did. I don't know. I have not had any conversation with them, but the opportunity is there already for them to purchase. So, and if things don't go right, we can also always bring it back. But it's been a special order on here for the longest. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. And it is very rude of any council member to ask for someone else's special order without conferring. It comes from the same council person who states if you had have asked me first, this is on with 18 other properties, and there are some issues. They have requested some documents that the city has not gotten to them yet also. Furthermore, the city listed the building as being occupied, but stated in council it was not occupied. They still have their belongings there. They have not been served an eviction. So that puts the city at liability. So it is our job not only to protect the city from further litigation, which we aren't if we decide to drop my special order and not yours, and with absolutely no respect, you have not worked to save the House of Esther. You have been continuously going against it. And on that 18 list is Jefferson. So there are other properties where people are occupying. Has House of Esther been given the same consideration as the other homes which residents are still living in? They're not up there. That sets the city up for litigation. Those properties, people still live in them. They technically still are occupied. So when all this comes up, because in this council, we work so hard to not work together, but to find problems, number one, to go tit for tat. But when you have projects, you want somebody to support your project. It has gotten utterly ridiculous. It's not in my ward, but I support homeless teen moms and babies to change the trajectory. Because one thing about them, when we pulling over these cars and we talk about crime, a lot of these are young people, and a lot of them are born out of the water crisis, giving them an opportunity. And it's just amazing to me, and it's unfortunate. We are a split council. And we're probably going to stay that way because people have drawn these lines in the sand and do all of this stuff that's just you've never seen before. And it's not just based on one person. It's based on several people here. So House of Esther is important. It's a benefit to the community. They're still housed there, still there. We're putting up a property that they're saying is occupied on the city website. You can check on the property portal, which means they should be given the same consideration as the other tenants or people who are in properties that are on that 18 list of homes. They haven't been doing this. We cannot change the process for one and do it for the other. And for the record, they have obtained an attorney. They have. So before you so rudely decide to drop and ask for, I wish you could have texted me. I would have told you. I have no problem sharing that. I would have absolutely shared with you where they're at and what I know. But we come here day after day or week after week to make a point. Stop making a point on something that's going to benefit the community. Nothing has came and talked about money to the city of Flint. Nothing goes to the north side. Now people think they're not going to get ARPA funds. We're asking for something on the north side, which north side people, lower income people can benefit from. So we have a responsibility. That's in the 18 properties along with Jefferson, and they are technically still occupied. They have been given no eviction, none at all. And there's other litigation and things that the city, which documents were requested, they haven't gotten them all back yet. So we keep making points on stuff, and it needs to stop. And I think the biggest issue is that it's in Councilman May's ward, and that they're going against him. And that is unfortunate because it is beyond that. I have voted for projects in each of your ward, even though the Planning Commission has even said no to support your projects because it was for the better of our community. This council just leaves such a bad taste. Even we talk about having projects on people's wards. We had the Haskell Center. I had to ask Mr. Pfeiffer, I think it was the deciding vote, and it's not in my ward. ARPA did not afford any money for Oak Business Center or for Haskell. I put a motion on the floor to ask for Haskell to get $250,000, take it off of the $750,000 budget for our renovation for our council chamber. I put that motion on the floor. It's not even in my ward. So when we talk about what can we do to help the entire city, that's what we should be doing. There are some allegations, some legal things that we need to let the legal part play out. It doesn't hurt for it to stay on as a special order. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't have anything to do with the ink. It's just on there without objection. And it's respectful to our other colleagues. I just, you get tired coming in here. You can't find a reason to say, hey, if there is something legal, let's see. And it doesn't hurt to do that. And at this point, all the documents requested, Councilman, in the 3rd Ward have not been given. They had an issue with Attorney Millhouse, who wasn't here, and the Chief Attorney, Angela Wheeler. She's no longer here either. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? I'll take my time. I'm going to support this. And I think we have beat this to death, and it can come back up if we have more information. Last committee meeting, we spent over an hour and a half on this. And it was contentious, and I couldn't bring back order into this council. I could not, we had to adjourn because of lack of quorum, because I could not get people to come back into this meeting. So I am supporting dropping this.
Madam
Any-
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
it's the second round. Let me say this. I count very well. You, Ms. Liddell Lewis, Mr. Murphy. I'm gonna go out on the line, folks. And Worthing, you got 4. I know them somewhat like a book. I hope Ms. Worthing try to prove me wrong, but she won't. Seems like Mr. Piper had his deciding vote. A special order by a council person before we got into these goofy rules, any council person could request it. Mr. Murphy, Liddell Lewis, they stacked the deck when it came to me, Ms. Burns, and Ms. Winfrey Carter. The rules allow committee chairs to put stuff on the agenda, set agendas, and so forth and so on. Now, they know this. I made the news calling them enablers for certain folks. Enablers. That ain't the word I use. You'll hear me use the word I used again. But the point is this. Here we got property in the 1st Ward. Mr. Murphy, since he's been on this council, very hypocritical. This is in the 3rd Ward. This is my ward. And I'm the councilman in the 3rd Ward, but I hear he wondering what's happening over in the ward I represent. Just go back and look at the tapes. 3rd Ward, my ward. Now, here he sticking his nose wrongfully in the 1st Ward, but he can do it. But he's a hypocrite, in my view. House of Esther don't have to bid $540-some thousand for a property that they've been offered for $70,000. Talking about they got the opportunity to bid. Mr. Murphy, that's why it's on here, because you don't understand the facts and the differences, in my opinion. They posted that for $547,000. That's the property on Pearson Road, the St. Agnes property. I'll see if anybody bid on it. Whether they do or don't, it comes before council. It comes before council for final approval or sale. That's any property in the city of Flint. And here you got a guy talking about you don't need to be on the agenda. Then she's sitting up there, it's been beat to death. No, it's on this website for sale. It ain't been beat to death. We would be on to the next business. It would still be on the agenda for 2 weeks. Mr. Object, let's drop it. We ain't gonna drop it until it's sold or sold by 5 or more of us. I said sold or sold. I ain't gotta be a grammar specialist to make my point. These are some of the most hypocritical, vindictive, lying, nasty folks, because this guy gonna say, I hope they get it. If you hope they get it, you'd have voted for them to have it for 70 or 100,000. Nah, Neely and them put it on there for 540,000. You talking about, I hope they get it. Your math and your logic is way different than mine. In church, we call them hypocrites. Say one thing, hope one thing, and do another. I ain't studying what you're talking about. I'll wait to see what they vote from the first ward to the third ward to the fourth ward on dropping somebody's special order? We should be gone to other business. God bless the residents of the city of Flint, because some of these council people is a handful.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Through, through you to, Suzanne Wilcox or anyone that could speak on the, posting of the properties for sale, could they please approach the podium? Anyone that can speak on the posting of the sale of these properties, St. Agnes, Jefferson, so that we can, clear up some misinformation. While I'm also waiting on Suzanne Wilcox to approach, my other question is through you to the city attorney. If you could clarify, are we in any litigation or pending legal matters with House of Esther and St. Agnes? I know we went to court on them filing some injunction to stop them from moving or whatever.
I can tell you this. I spoke.
You want to get to the microphone?
This is Tom Sparrow again. I spoke with Attorney Kim prior to today's meeting regarding House of Esther. He told me he is preparing a legal opinion regarding a question that was asked to him back on the 17th by counsel. But to answer your specific question, I do not have sufficient information right now because I'm not involved with this case.
Okay, thank you. All right. Through you to Suzanne Wilcox, because you guys posted this facility, St. Agnes Church, for sale, does that stop House of Esther from being able to move forward to bid on this process? Can they bid on this process?
It does not stop the process, of course not, and yes, they can bid on it.
So through this process that you guys have put in place, kind of resolve the situation with before, when you guys actually did a agreement with House of Esther, was there an agreement to come up with the money within 30 days, 60 days or something?
Well, that was actually your agreement. It was city council's agreement, not the city of Flint administration. So just to be clear, that was a resolution that the previous city council adopted.
That was prior to me being on council?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So they did have an agreement that they could purchase the property within so many months or 30 days or something. I do recall.
There was
that.
a resolution, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can read from it directly.
Could you read from it? Thank you.
It says, whereas, and this was dated June 28th, 2019. Whereas in the event funds are available by the 30th day from the date of adoption of the resolution, the city will follow its property disposition procedures and make this property available for purchase through a public bid process.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to be clear, because the residents and people that's listening to my colleague talk that whatever, I just want to be clear, because I'm not going to mislead people. So they did have an opportunity within those 30 days to do that. They did not. So in between that, I remember before you had other people had interest into that same building, but they did not be allowed to bid on that because you guys had that agreement right there.
I'm
with
not
House-
aware of that. I've heard there were other interested
Yeah.
parties. I believe
Yeah,
there
yeah.
were people at that
Okay.
city council meeting, but I was not involved and nobody has
That was
presented
the
an
first
offer to
original
me.
one. So now we just putting it back out for them to bid. Maybe if they don't bid, maybe they could collaborate with somebody. I don't know. We need to resolve that situation. I agree. Thank you very much for answering my question. I'm ready.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, we are, I wanted to bring her up here because I want the public to know I am into doing things right. I'm not into misleading people, and I won't. And despite what people think, whatever, I want to see this done right. So they can bid on it. Hopefully they did. People using characteristics to describe me. It ain't really what you say about me. It's what I respond to. And what I'm gonna try not to do, to the best of my ability, is getting down in the mud with people, because that ain't what I got elected to do. I came here to do the right thing. And when it come down, the special order say a special order of House of Esther, a special order as requested by Councilman Burns. My colleague in the first ward said I'm sticking my nose into something else. But on this special order, Councilman Burns got the special order on House of Esther that's not in her ward. So if I'm being hypocritical,
Point of
that would be
information.
two of us.
What's your point?
Do you realize we work together and you don't work with us? You work against us? Do you realize that?
It's an
Do-
improper point of order.
Thank you very much. I work with,
Point of order. It was a point of
I did
information.
I clarified myself. I'm sorry.
And
Mr.
it was a proper, quick inquiry.
anyways, I'm ready to vote. Thank you very much.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I'm not gonna let that misguided information that Councilman in the third ward put through. Because number one, the city of Flint didn't even own the property at the time we was trying to sell it to the House of Esther. That's a fact. A fact. Not only that, if we're talking about pricing, it is a tax reverted property. It never went to the land bank. It bypassed the land bank. So when it came over to the city of Flint, which was not the norm, when it came over to the city of Flint, it came as a tax reverted property. And it is a tax reverted property. So someone said, well, you know, we feel that's the business of the city was tied up. They have an attorney which is stating no, that it's not, and they're waiting on other documents. So when we talk about stuff that's factual and non-factual, are they, you know, occupying that? Or are they not occupying? Have they been served an eviction? Have they not? And we talk about a $545,000 bid and a tax reverted property according to the city's own policy. You can purchase it for the amount that it went back, which wasn't the House of Esther's taxes or bills. It was Pastor Williams who owned it prior. And they had actually been given, supposed to get the first right of refusal because they were the tenant on the property at the time. So when we talk about that, that is what's factual. So when you talk about if you're going to pay $545, which is the asking bid, or $108, technically, and when Ms. Wilcox was up here before, the $72,000 is what they should have been offered. The city turned around and upped it to $108,000, which means they were still doing or assuring them and doing business with them. They went from 72 to 108, and the mayor met with the donor and the owner of the House of Esther. At that time, she stated on the podium, on the record, he was at a meeting that I was at with them and their board and the committee members. And I believe Ms. Wilcox was at a couple of those meetings also. So I don't speak speculative, I'm speaking factual. So if you're talking 72,000, 108,000 is for bid for 545, that's taking care of the business. It didn't stop by land bank. Normally properties would go by it didn't. Those properties were pulled out. They were tax reverted. They weren't done in the same way. And on the name of the document with the 18 properties, they state tax reverted property and our tax reverted property disposition policy. We have a policy that for some reason doesn't seem to matter. You know, we want to skirt and bypass and make all this personal. And it's not the personal. It is really about what are we supposed to be doing? Those properties sit in a pilot program. It was 18 of them, and that's one of them. Us selling that property or any of them, because they're still occupying it. They're still occupying. So what happens if we get sued? So that means with the other 17 where homes people are living in, so if we change how we service them, we're going to have some more lawsuits because they're living in those properties. And they have been, because nothing has been resolved with the tax foreclosure property. So if they're in their property and the homeowners, the other ones are in, we have to treat them the same. We can't offer different treatment or preference. You can't do that. And so when you look at all things, it doesn't hurt to have a special order. And Councilman Murphy, you'll be the first one to state, you don't want to come here, do all this talking and all this time. She asked without objections. It didn't hurt. We are now in discussion because of you. You wanted to take it off. All you had to do was let it stay on. It didn't hurt anything. It was a simple item that was on there. But I've noticed sometimes they'll get you to put up things on there. You willing to do it. You did it like that with Inez Brown, the city clerk. You do stuff like that. You do it. It didn't hurt for that to sit on there at all. It didn't hurt at all. It was a special order. Councilwoman Priestley asked without objections. And then Councilwoman Priestley, when you stated you couldn't get people to come back, it's not the House of Esther's fault that you did not have control over that meeting. That was your job as the chair. That was not House of Esther. They're not the reason why you couldn't get control over this meeting. You couldn't get control of this meeting because you couldn't get control of the meeting. That has nothing to do with the House of Esther. These are things that have nothing to do, and we just look at the facts. And those are the facts, not misguided things by other people.
Is there any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? I'll take my time. First of all, the property on Pearson Road was purchased from the county by the city. It's not part of the other, from my understanding, am I correct, Ms. Wilcox, that we purchased this property?
Point of order, point of information. Do you and Ms. Wilcox understand it was purchased during the foreclosure process, just like the other ones? Do you understand that purchase?
So my understanding is that the county foreclosed on this property. So we didn't own the property, and we agreed to.
Point of
Yes,
information.
what is your point?
Do you know the city doesn't foreclose on any properties? It's the county.
Exactly, exactly.
So we don't have a tax foreclosure.
So-
The county does it.
As I was saying, we purchased this property so that the House of Esther could purchase the property from the city. Thus, we were financing that
Point of
purchase.
information.
What is your point?
While you wasn't here, we purchased it. We didn't know who was going to purchase it. We didn't
Exactly.
purchase it so House of Esther could purchase it. Do you know that's not a fair and accurate statement?
As I said, I have no objection to anybody who has the money to purchase the property. I have no objection to House of Esther occupying that property if they purchase it. I have no objection to that. I am tired of discussing it. I'm ready for the vote. Madam Clerk. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Hurkenroder is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. That special order has been dropped. Now on to public speaking. Any persons of the public who wish to address council? You get 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Ariel Mitchell. And Madam Chair, for the record, about this opera money, in the condolences for the peoples in Memphis, Tennessee, when Tarzan chased this guy and ran away, and he called for the goons. He said, "I hope the goons get him." and they got them 5 police officers. The same thing happened to Flint 10 years ago, and it's happening right now in this meeting with the police back there called, can't think of his name. I wanted to call him down there early, but the words won't come. Ed Taylor, we're talking about Ward 1, the documents for the opera money it's lies about Mr. Mays. And if that's not the goon squad, what is it, Madam Chair? And it ain't gonna happen in Flint. We the peoples is here tonight and let you know that it's not gonna happen with the Memphis, Tennessee Police Department. Call this up high. You see what happened? We should have did that 20 years ago in Flint. Memphis ain't got nothing on Flint with organized crime. The boys in the hood beating up people, don't beat them up. That's enough. I'm gonna say that. Stop right there. And peace to the Middle East till we get over there and take it. And take that.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council?
James Moore, resident of the city of Flint. I like to try to address 2 issues in my 2 minutes as fast as I can. I'm gonna work these 45 minutes. But from what y'all was talking about, these burn up houses that's been burned up a lot within the last 15 to 20 years and the money that's involved in it, is people being locked out of these houses from paying their taxes because of the insurance money that's involved in it? Because a couple people I've talked to, they said that's what has happened. And when you guys were talking about funding, the dope man being stopped and the money coming into the city of Flint, and it can either go and be registered or not be registered. I hope Quincy or somebody can give me a little bit more clarity on that, because it sounds like the dope man's money is being stolen in the city of Flint. And I hate that to happen because they got rights, even though they didn't get it right. Have a nice evening.
I paid my taxes a couple of months ago. And, well, I was
Sir,
there.
could you give us your name and your location, your address?
My name's Lee, and y'all know me.
I don't.
Well, after this, you might not want to. It's about the voter rolls. We have like, what, 80,000 people in the city? And according to this, there's 75,821 registered voters in the city of Flint. That's not plausible. I mean, we probably have more children than 4,000. And 80,000 people, I don't think the literacy would vouch for that. How to clean it up, I don't know. It's just housekeeping. You know, it's like mowing the grass after you tear down the house. But I wanted to bring that to your attention. It seems important. And I thank you for your time.
How you doing? My name is Richard Jones, resident of Flint. And I got a couple things on my mind, but as far as the House of Esther is concerned and Jefferson School, I really feel that it needs to stay in the hands of its previous owners. As far as Jefferson School, I'll leave that up to Pastor Aldrich and Quincy and try to figure that out to get the community up there. And House of Esther, it needs to stay in their hands. And y'all are elected to help us and to listen to us. Maybe the community, like that meeting that you had a couple of Saturdays ago, Eric, maybe y'all need to have way more of them, because y'all just don't seem to be moving the way that the residents want y'all to move. So maybe y'all need to hear the residents more. I understand that y'all get to do what y'all get to do because there's nobody up here contradicting what y'all saying. So maybe we need to do something to y'all where y'all can hear more of what the residents want. Maybe even let the residents vote on whether or not y'all gonna honor House of Esther and let them be the first ones to keep this property before y'all go put it on bid. Do something. And I need an update. I would like for a special hearing, a special meeting, whatever y'all call it, so we can sit down and discuss what's going on with these police officers and their cameras on their vest and the cameras on their dash before we have another incident in Flint to where we have the residents saying one thing and the police department saying another. That needs to end. The whole state of Michigan, especially the state police, they need cameras on them. It should be no more arguments of who is right, who is wrong. The cameras should be rolled back and justice should be served instantly, just like it happened in Memphis when they had the cameras.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other member of the public who wishes to address the council? Any other member of the public? Okay, now we'll go on to council response. Is there any response, council who wishes to address the comments from the public? Is there any member who would like to address the responses?
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
I was hesitating, but if it ain't a member, I'm gonna address what Rich Jones said. Rich, I'm not living in a fantasy world with these folks up here. I'm living in the real world. They've been here a little over a year. They came in 4 months and thought they knew it all. I called Quincy an enabler with some other folks when it come to our part of town. I don't even talk to them like how you talk to them. You ever heard the term feudal? F-U-T-I-L-E. I'm gonna make it plain. It don't do no good. Now here they voted to take a discussion item off of the agenda when it's 18 properties. Jefferson Houses, House Esther, and Miss Priestley, I'm tired of talking about it. Well, I'm tired of talking about crime and economic development, but I'm a city councilman. I'm gonna talk about crime and economic development. Now, can you imagine if I said to some of these folks in their respective wards, which happen to be white primarily, I'm tired of talking about y'all stuff. Man, he's racist, he's this, he's that. Now you got black folks, property in our area, we kept to keep control of it, took it from the land bank. They didn't even know you could take property before it get to the land bank to keep it in folks' hands. And you up here appealing to some of these folks to have a logical mind. I'm gonna just paraphrase. Man, don't waste your time. You talking about the people should vote. We shouldn't have to vote on each issue. People voted to put us up in here to look out for their best interest. The people need to vote them out.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Yes, Mr.
Thank
Murphy.
you. Thank you to the speakers that spoke. Rich, I just put in a referral when you spoke about the body cams and the police cameras. So I put a referral into the police department to see about when the officers is out there, are they wearing body cams? Is they active? And also on the police cruisers. That's something I'm interested in knowing where we at on that. So give me some time. You have my number. Call me within the next 4 or 5 days or something. Hopefully I can get a response to see if our officer are actually wearing body cams and the cruisers are wearing cameras while they out patrolling the streets. Far as Jefferson, you know that's near and dear to my heart. It is up for sale. So I'm waiting to see what happens with that. I'm following that process now. I've been talking to the neighbors to see if they've been seeing people over there with interest to purchase that property, because we do want to see something happen with all of the properties, not just Jefferson. So thank you for bringing that up. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other council response? Any other council response? Seeing none, we'll go forward into our resolutions. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Worthing.
I move the master resolution to council. Resolution 230026, 230027, 230028, 230029, 230030, 230031, 230032, 230033, 230034, 230035, and 230036 with any separations.
It's been moved to master resolution to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to move a master resolution to council. Are there any separations?
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Thank you. I would like to separate item number 230030 and also 230029.
230029?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other separations? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm gonna separate 230026, where there's a solicitation of proposals as it relates to the golf course leases. Settlement Matt Baker versus the city of Flint. Through you to the city attorney, what is that? And where does Matt Baker, who is Matt Baker? What did he work for? Who or what?
Councilperson, this is one settlement out of a suit involving 17 former employees of the police department who sued the city for essentially reverse discrimination. This is one settlement out of the 17. My understanding is that this was approved in a closed session of the council back in December 7th. I'm sorry, discussed in a, thank you.
Say what?
It was discussed in a closed session of council back on December 7th of 2022.
It was discussed back in December.
Correct.
And so why, if it's just coming here, I would like a refresher course before I have to vote on it. And so, you know, if it's left up to me, these, I used to call them the Fab Five. Somebody told me don't say the Fab Five, they say the Foolish Five. But if it's left up to me, I won't be one of the foolish 8, 7, or 6 to vote to move it to council without a closed session if need be, or somebody calling me, hipping me to what's happening with this one and why it was separated from the rest and just now coming to us without a refresher course, I'm gonna call it. You know, I'm way past the point of just voting for stuff and going along with the crowd. I don't do that. I'm in close to my 10th year and I don't go along with the crowd. So I'm gonna separate that one because I don't know the details of that police case, and I'm not putting a rubber stamp the police case like some of my colleagues did with the other one that people calling me back. They calling me, the media calling me from across the country on that $179,000 settlement and pulling complaints, talking about Booth and all that stuff. So I need a refresher course if you think it was a closed session in December with all these police settlements and cases we had coming. I'm gonna separate it. They can vote the way they want. I'm gonna vote the way I want and sleep well at night. Do I have any other separations or discussions? Lake Star lead remediation. Is anybody from Lake Star here? Madam Chair, could he come forward?
Yes, please come forward if you have any questions.
This Lay Fontaine Automotive Police Detective Bureau vehicles. Look like I seen a police chief, a deputy chief here earlier, but they're gone. I want to ask this representative or owner, whoever
Point of
from
order.
Lake Star Construction Services.
Yes, what is your point?
I thought we were just doing separations. And we're not in discussion yet.
The separations have been traditionally part of discussions.
So we are in discussion of the master resolution.
Let me say this. Ms. Worthing probably haven't learned that in order to know if you're going to separate something, sometimes you have to discuss it. I've never known her to be that much of a genius because I'm not. I have to discuss and ask questions before I know I'm going to separate. What type of gangster move was that? Through you. Yeah, it's called a political gangster move. Y'all try to silence us because we're in a minority opinion, and y'all riding 5 and 6 deep constantly on wrongness. You can laugh if you want, but that's my opinion. Let me get back to the business of the city rather than some of that nonsense from somebody who don't even sit in their assigned and designated council seat. Just done brought mess over here. As far as I'm concerned, keep it over in your designated seat. The council rules say you shouldn't even vote unless you're in your properly designated seat. Let me go back to the business of the city rather than this nonsense. You are a representative of owner of Lake Star Construction Services.
Yes, sir. My name is Charles Lamar Bailey.
Beg your pardon?
I said, yes, sir. My name is Charles Lamar Bailey from Lake Star Construction.
Yeah, and you ready to do this work?
Yes, sir.
You prepared to do this work?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. They'll call you if they want.
Is there any other separations? Okay. I'm going to call for the vote.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Through you to the gentleman from Lake Star who just left from up here. Go ahead with the vote. I'm talking to him privately.
Okay. This is the master resolution for 230028, 230031, 230032, 230033, 230034, 230035, 230036 to be sent to council. I think you forgot 27. Did I miss? No, Mr. Mays separated that. Huh? He separated that. Yep, 230027 was separated by Mr. Mays. Okay.
This is on the master resolution. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter is absent. Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mr. Gould is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to send the master resolution to council. The first separation is 230026 going down in order. Mr. Mays, you separated that.
Yeah, I separated it so I could vote differently and ask specific questions. Is the purchasing person here?
Mr. Mays, do you have a motion?
No, I don't. And so if y'all got one, I'll yield and listen to it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
make a motion to send 230026 to council.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to move 230026.
Yeah,
Mr.
Madam
Mays.
Chair, through you to Mr. Edwards. I don't see the purchasing person here. Mr. Edwards, can he approach? While he coming through you, Madam Chair, to Davina, this was voted down or some over 30 days ago and it's back. Do you recall? That was over 30 days ago when it was voted down or dropped or something. You recall?
Yes.
I recall as well. Mr. Edwards, do you know what his resolution is deriving from?
I'm sorry, could you tell me which one?
It's the one dealing with the proposal solicitation for the golf course leases.
No, I don't, I defer to legal concerning.
Through
that.
you to legal, Madam Chair, you know where it's deriving from?
He was wondering if you knew where the resolution came from. 230026.
My understanding is this resolution was sponsored by Councilman Pfeiffer.
Oh, Councilman Piper, you sponsoring it? Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilperson Piper.
I support this because we turned down the
I'm
bid.
asking do anybody know who put it on the agenda and who's sponsoring the
I
resolution?
requested
He
it.
say you are.
I requested it be put on the agenda.
Okay. So, Mr. Edwards, that could have saved us a lot of time. Point of information, you know, people do it all the time. Mr. Mays, do you know I did? So that's how it got back on here. I've learned over the years to look at who sponsors what. I've learned over the years to look at the political way folk move around, so forth and so on. I've learned over the years to look at how folk vote. I'm not tripping about it being put out for bid, but I want to caution this council, those folks who've been taking care of them golf courses, and what I've heard so far from them and the time to prepare, I hope don't nobody mess this up and mess these golf courses up. And then the purchasing director, if she's here Monday, I'll find out how this thing gonna go. I haven't even read the resolution. It's publicly solicit proposals for the lease and operation of Swartz Creek and Kersley Golf Course. Maybe Mr. Murphy, because Kersley is in Mr. Piper's area, maybe he'll move to drop this. But I don't expect that pattern. You see, my humor rich, but the point is this. Mr. Edwards, see if you can let that purchasing director know I'm looking to communicate with her about this and the timing of it all.
She'll be here on.
Okay, that's all I'll do at this point. I probably won't vote for it. I might abstain for the reasons or whatever. People like to move them for action, don't like to discuss them. The proper people ain't here. Thank you, and God bless the residents of the city of Flint.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So I wanted this on the agenda just so that it can be a transparent process and not have negotiated contracts behind closed doors. So this is a move in transparency to get whatever the fair dollar is. It could be less than what the company that are currently occupying them submitted, but at least it's going to be out in the open. It's going to be out in the sunlight, and we can see that process and move forward. And the previous process was done by the emergency manager, and nobody really had input on that. So this is to really put it back into an open bid process. So I hope that we get support from my colleagues to move this forward so that we can have full transparency. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. I support this resolution. One of these golf courses is in my ward. When I looked at the budget and the finances that they was receiving a lot of revenue to be getting charged what they was getting charged for rent. I didn't disagree with them maintaining a golf course, still don't disagree with them utilizing the golf course, but for the least amount of money that they are paying, I think they should be paying more. If they don't feel like they should pay more, let's put it out for bid. So I support this situation. I brought it up prior to us even getting to this point, to even trying to put it out for bid. Didn't look like they was moving to try to make no adjustments to the amount of what they was paying. So we here now. That's it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other
You're talking about
discussion in the first round? Mr. Mays, you want to speak
Yeah,
in the second round? Go ahead.
Let me say this. I don't buy my colleague, Mr. Piper's argument about do it in the sunlight, open and transparent. We want to do House Esther in the sunlight. So, you know, I'm used to politicians making speeches for one thing and doing. A politician, I learned, can make anything kind of sound right if you listen to them. But if you listen and watch them over a period of time, they ain't consistent. It ain't real. So, you know, I don't mind doing business in the sunlight, being honest, open, and transparent. I've been that way all my life. But it ain't just on golf courses. It's on property, House Esther, voting for presidents, and all of that. So I'm just laughing. I'm saying to myself, these folks sure enough think we stupid in Flint. Be in the sunlight on all issues. Thank you, Madam Chair. May I be excused for a second?
Yes, Mr.
I want to
Mays.
see them do it in the sun.
Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns.
I clearly understand, for me, I've seen properties go to people and they cannot maintain them. A golf course is just not that easy. You got to maintain the grounds. There's a lot of things that you have to do. And people don't want to, when we talk about working here in Flint, that's a job that you got to have people who really love and know what they're doing. You know, keeping those grounds up is not easy. So when we look at it, it was done under emergency management. I don't have a problem with that being done under emergency management. I think it was more of a pricing issue, and they maintain it. Takes a lot to maintain it. I have my park in mind with golf course. Now it's a state park. It'll never be a golf course again because it wasn't maintained. And when people maintained something, there's the part where they did make financial, but everyone's saying the thing that hasn't been done transparent, which is people are saying, hey, they made a lot of money out there. The money that was made, that was out there, they should be being charged more. Okay, and that's fair. But also, I think that we talk about who's going to get the property. And there's been a lot of people even emailing us saying that they want the property, but have they had any experience maintaining a golf course? It's not that easy. It's not like cutting your front lawn. It's not like cutting an empty lot. There's a lot more to it. I don't have any vested interest in it per se. I learned to golf because of business, and I'm not good at it. I'm good at driving the cart, and that's it. That's it. I do business is done on the golf course, and I had to learn how to do it for that. But when I look at that and I look at Flint, I've seen people get properties. They may have good intentions, but they don't maintain them, and they are maintaining this property. So for me, I look at it that maybe it's a pricing issue to where they need to renegotiate, you know, what it is, what's a fair price. And it's two golf course, and it's a seasonal business. You know, if you lose someone who's taking care of it, no one would want a golf course in their ward that's not maintained because it becomes a jungle. And if it's not maintained properly. So I don't know. I don't know how I am on this one because it's a specific property. that has to have someone who knows how to take care of it. And I've heard some of the people that have called me and emailed, there's been interest, but ideally, none of them have had any experience in running nor maintaining a golf course. And, those are huge. One has got 29 holes, the other one is 18. So we look at that, that could be a huge issue. So I'm looking more so for the price. And I think their contract isn't up until November of this year. And so I would like to have more time I know I don't see his name was, I think I've got his name right now, Frank Perkety. I think that took me about 2 sessions to say it properly. I don't see him or anyone that he's had here. And with it being in November, I would like to see if we can get the current owners who are maintaining it. Let's see if, what is it that we're looking at for price? They took on a property when no one else wanted it. And it wasn't just that one, it was all of the golf courses. And everyone who wants it, they don't know how to maintain it. It's not mowing your front lawn. So I don't know where I'm siding on this one. I think we've got some time because November is when that contract is up. I don't know. This one, I don't know on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Madam Chair. So generally, this is a pricing issue, but I don't want negotiations behind closed doors. So that's why, like I said, I mean, this could come in less and they could bid less if nobody else bids. But I mean, I think the best is for it to be open and transparent. To my knowledge, I don't think that they had golf course knowledge before they bid on this project back then. So I'm not saying that. I think that once we find out and have discussions with the purchasing or whoever's going to handle this, I think we can put qualifications in for who is going to maintain it. Like, I don't want somebody who ran a party store to come in and run the golf courses. So I think we need to put some kind of prerequisites in there. But I think that just an open, transparent, and like I said, I don't have
Point of
any
information,
Yeah.
do you feel it's not being transparent now?
No, because I don't, not at all, because I have no idea where that number comes in. I have no idea what it's worth. I mean, there's no property taxes that's being
Paid on it.
paid on it on. So what is it worth for a lease? I don't know that, but and maybe it's correctly priced. I don't know that, but we'll go find out with this process. That's my intention of it. But I think it's just time instead of doing relying on whatever pricing was generated by the emergency manager. I think the pricing should be reflected of a bid process, and generally that's how we should do it. And when we get contracts and we just extend them and extend them, I think we're doing a disservice to our constituents potentially, but not putting stuff out to bid. So that's where I stand on this. And I don't have any ill will towards the current operators. It's just time that we do it in an open process. Thank you. And to be honest with you, I think there's quite a few things that we need to go back and do a open process that the emergency manager put in place. So this is one of many things that I think that we need to address as a council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Murphy? Did you want to speak? Your
Yes.
light's on.
First of all, the emergency manager put this contract together. I think it was Darnell Early on the that signed off on this lease agreement when this happened. So one of them is in my ward. I don't support the cost. I didn't support it when I saw from the get-go how much lease the money that they was paying. I mean, you had Pastor Audrey's having Jefferson School, and the taxes. I mean, y'all, They could have rented the building to him. Instead, it's tore up now. I mean, so I'm just not, I'd rather see it put out for bid. When they came down here and spoke at city council, I told them where I stood at it as far as the cost. Not that I didn't like them operating the golf course, but for that least amount of money that they was paying and the amount of revenue that they was bringing in, there are some areas that we probably could have captured some money and we didn't take advantage of it. And putting it out for bid will give us the opportunity to take advantage. Thank you.
Any other discussion in second round? I'm going to say my piece then. I am in favor of putting this out for bid. I have no problem with the company making some money. They're not making a lot of money on the property, on their business, but it's time for what the emergency manager did to this city to start coming to an end. And this is one step. So with that, I'd like to call for the vote. This is to move resolution 230026 to council. Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Burns?
I abstain.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no's, and 1 abstention to move this to council. The next resolution is 230027. Mr. Mays, you separated that. Would you like to make a motion?
Let's see what it is.
That's partial settlement, Matt Baker et al. Versus City of Flint et al., Genesee County.
Yeah, I make a motion to stop it by special affairs, but I want a closed session to see what the details is, and I so move.
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to send resolution 230027 to special affairs with a executive session. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes,
I won't
Mr.
be
Murphy.
supporting moving this to special affairs to go into executive session. We already went into executive session about this. If my colleague in the first ward want the attorney to give them something, and I mean, if they get the votes to go, I will, but I'm not supporting this. So I'm not going back into executive session on something we already went into executive session about. And we done talked about these 17 individuals countless times. I'm not doing it. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, I won't be
Pfeiffer.
supporting this either. I remember, I have a good memory, and I remember my colleague in the first ward throwing a fit when I wanted a refresher on something. So I will not be supporting this either.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair, over the first round.
In the first round. Any other discussion?
I
In the
haven't
second
had
round, Mr.
discussion in the first round.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mays. Go
I
ahead.
don't think I did.
I
I
don't
made
think
the
you know what?
motion.
I don't think you did
Yeah, I
either. Go
think I
ahead.
made the motion. You know, to be frank with my colleagues, I don't care who don't vote for it. Really, I don't. I like to make records. You know, I do stuff for Councilman Mays in the first ward and the residents of the first ward. I don't do it for Mr. Murphy and Mr. Pfeiffer and Kate Fields and Maurice. I do it for what I do. And I like to see people support and not support. See, Mr. Pfeiffer and Murphy and them, they ain't in the position that I'm in. They ain't got Attorney Kim trying to sue them and garnish their checks and money and telling the council they can deliberate outside of a council meeting. I'm 100% sure. No, you're 100% wrong, Attorney Kim. It's against the law. So I ain't in this position with them. Ms. Burns, wait till I show you these resolutions for the other property through you, Madam Chair, to Davina. Can you hear me, Davina? Davina, I want you to take these resolutions that I asked you to put in my mailbox, and next week sometime before, well, this week before Monday, put them in every council person's mailbox. Ms. Burns, I'm gonna show them to you. You know, I talked to one council person outside of me, but these is the pissest poor resolutions I've ever seen in my 10-year career from the legal department as it relates to the black folks' homes. On Fleming Road, Home Street, it's embarrassing. So I can see why Mr. Pfeiffer and Quincy Murphy and them want to spout out about what they won't do and what they'll settle and vote on legally, because they're running behind a crooked type of city attorney, Kim. And they knew, and they believe him. Kim, him, they believe that. And I'm gonna prove.
Point of order.
Yes.
My colleague in the first ward calling the city attorney crooked is disrespect. And I think you should give him a warning.
That is a disrespect.
It ain't disrespectful if it's factual. And I dare you, Mr. Murphy, to go look at the tape of January, February, March, April 11th, where Attorney Kim said to y'all, and Mr. Murphy was one of the main ones. If Attorney Kim said it, I believe it. Him and Liddell Lewis and them, he said on record, y'all could deliberate outside of a council meeting. And then the video show y'all having a mutiny, making motions with Herkenroder to remove me from president wrongfully. And then the group of y'all 5 come walking down the aisle and reconvene. The police held me at bay right there. That's crooked. I stick by the crookedness of it. You can warn, Quincy Murphy can appeal, he can do whatever. But when I know facts and I know crookedness, you can pull the statute. I had the secretary write it out today, because if we go to court tomorrow and he asks for that subpoena, I'm gonna ask him under oath on the stand. And gonna ask y'all too to swear under oath. So he can, point of order, he called the city attorney crooked. That was crooked. It's illegal. So read the statute, section 3. Y'all can't deliberate outside of a meeting like that. He was doing that to trick y'all to get appointed by y'all, because y'all wanted me out. That's the facts. That's the facts. Some of y'all I wish I had never helped in my life. Just bad folk. Stab you in the front, the back, the side, and sitting up here a year later thinking that they the priest or somebody. Want the public to believe they the priest. Our point of order, he can't call the city attorney crooked. I did. And I'll call you crooked too. That illegal literature. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Second round? Any discussion in the second round? Call for the
Yeah,
roll.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
In the second round, I'm gonna say this real quick. If I see a crook, I'm gonna call him a crook. And if I tell you something and say it, you can take it to the bank. You can take it to the bank. Mr. Murphy can try to protect the city attorney and everybody else he wants. Hell, his literature was illegal, crooked. Go over to the jail talking about I was a self-proclaimed. He said you're a self-proclaimed dope dealer in the past. You can grow up to be like me. Crooked. So don't protect other crooked folks when I think you crooked and can prove it. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion in the
Yes,
second round?
I'll be voting no for this motion because, again, we have been in closed executive session. Whether my colleague was in there or not, you know, he likes to move around. So I'm not going to vote to take this to special affairs. I'll be voting to move this to council so that we can resolve some of these legal matters that's outstanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion in second round?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, if they ain't gonna vote for it, if they were smart, we wouldn't have to vote twice. They just amend the motion and
Madam-
send it to council, and we'd only have to vote once. But these ain't no geniuses sitting up here in my book.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
make motion or substitute motion to send us to council.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Worthy.
support.
It's been moved, made a second substitute motion to move 230027 to council, and it's been supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr.
You can
Mays.
frown if you want, but I'm an elected. I got the right to chime in and speak, and whether I look at your demeanor when I say Madam Chair, I look at that. So frown when Mr. Murphy wants to flow, because he could have made the same motion, but maybe it take a genius. But he wanted to talk about me. He wanted to talk about like we've been in multiple closed sessions on this. And we ain't. He said we went into one in December. He wanted to take a slight at me. I picked up on it. And then I reiterated what he told the inmates at the jail. He was a self-proclaimed dope dealer. It's a fact. So what I'm saying is you got to be careful when you take a swipe at me, because you take one at me, I'm taking two
Point
at
of
you.
order.
What's your
We
point?
on the motion to talk about moving this to council, amended motion. My colleague in the first ward talking about something that is not pertaining to this motion about me and his allegations of what he alleged, and it is not pertaining to this motion. Would you call him out of order and give him a warning so we can get this meeting moving forward? Because I know what he's doing. He's trying to bait me. To the public, to those who watching, this man is trying to bait me because he want me to go back and forth with him. And if I go there, he ain't gonna do nothing but get up.
Point of
and run
order.
back
What did
there
he call? A point of order, a point of information, or a point
mean,
of
he
give a
called him-
speech?
Point of order is Mr. Mays.
This man,
Mr. Mays, please stay germane to the
thank you.
I will.
motion.
And I'll stay germane as long as you make him stay germane. But when he tell the public we've been in multiple closed sessions and talking about me, he better get his facts right. That wasn't even factual. But he said it in relation to me, and all he had to do was say, I'm gonna vote no and make a substitute motion. See, I'm no fool. I'm very observant and I hear stuff. Through you to the chief. Chief, can you approach? Can he approach?
Yes. Chief Green? I was going to say I didn't see him.
I would like for him to say something about me. I'm gonna say right back about me. Don't tell folks what he multiple times and Councilman Mays. Don't do that.
Point of order. Point of order. My colleague is over there making remarks, and we can hear him over here. And for those who don't hear him, we can.
You want me to tell you what I said out loud and everybody can hear me? I was talking to her and talking to me. You want me to say it out loud? You want me to repeat what I said? Okay, because I sure was gonna tell you what I said while the chief was walking up here. It ain't illegal. This guy think he controlled my freedom of speech. That's the most foolish thing I ever heard in America. Through you to the chief. Chief, you familiar with this case, Matt Baker et al. Versus the city of Flint?
I just know it's a lawsuit. I'm not familiar with the details at all.
So you don't know about the details of no lawsuits?
What I just said, I'm not familiar with the details of that lawsuit.
Of this lawsuit?
That's correct.
But you do know about certain lawsuits in the police department. You're not saying that you don't know about certain
I
lawsuits.
know about them, but I don't know the details. Any lawsuit, only lawsuits I'm familiar with is the ones that's been filed since I've been here, which are none.
So you over police department and you telling me you don't keep up with personnel and lawsuits unless they were filed when you were here. That's what you're telling me?
That's correct.
So you don't know nothing about.
That's what I just said. No, I don't.
No, let me speak, please. Why
I
you
just
want to
answered your
cut me
question.
off? I got more than one question. I mean, what do we have to do to get respect around here? Go and talk to the cows come home. It don't hurt my time. And then when you finish, you let me speak. Go ahead.
I just answered your question.
And
Next
I was
question.
going with another one, and you went to. I'm
Go.
looking at your demeanor and your tone.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, it ain't necessary. Not in this meeting with me. My question was gonna be, so you telling me that you ain't familiar with the case where Booth was just all over the news? You don't know nothing about that.
Asked and answered.
But is it truthful?
Asked and answered.
Is it truthful?
Asked and
See,
answered.
I like an honest chief. If you were under oath and you said you didn't know about the Booth case or nothing about it, I would think you would be committing perjury. Now, that's what I would think. I could
Okay.
be dead wrong.
You dead wrong.
Oh, okay. So you didn't hear what we heard on the news.
Asked and answered.
You know that that man was asking somebody for oral sex. It's been all on the news. And I don't like police chiefs.
Well, I disagree with what you just stated. I disagree with what you just stated.
You didn't ever hear that?
I disagree with what you just stated.
I
You
don't know
made
if
it.
it's
You made it.
fact.
You made it sound like a fact, and you don't know that.
You say I made it sound like a fact.
You
I
made-
said it was all on the news that they were talking about Booth and all sex. That a lady right there on Channel 12, Miss Dawes, who I think ran it and then put the complaint on the Channel 12 website. And I'm saying you the chief.
I don't
and you
care. I
didn't
don't
know
care
that was
who's
so-
in here.
Right, I
asked,
can't
you
finish
asked the
my
question.
talking.
I
What
answered.
you so if you angry because I'm bringing it up?
No, I'm angry
Okay,
because
then go and talk to the cows. Come on.
I
When
will.
you finish, I'll talk
you always accuse of someone of cover up. The only person that covers up anything is you. You don't even get convicted of covering up anything.
What am I covering up? The mic is yours. Am I covering up a
Chairman,
girlfriend? Am I covering up a dope? What am I covering up that you just accused me of publicly? What am I covering up? Go ahead, the mic is yours. See, Chief, you discrediting yourself in front of me. I think you're a liar to say I'm gonna cover up. You the police. Tell this public what you accusing me of covering up. Is it dope? Is it girls? Is it because I can talk about some of what I think you don't want to come out. So go ahead. You said it with a frown on your face. You the big man. Tell this public and council, I'm asking you respectfully, what am I covering up? Or you just said that to try to defame or discredit me? Because I said you knew about the Booth case. Go ahead, don't get quiet now. You was out talking me. What are you alleging that I'm covering up, Chief?
Mr. Mays, that's your time.
Madam Chair, you say what?
That's your time.
I'll call him back up in the second round. I don't care if they arrest me, beat me like in Memphis, or shoot me in the head. I ain't studying it.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms.
And he can catch a
Burns.
subpoena if he need to.
That is a very hot topic.
He might well.
And it's hot
be,
even because of
I'm
the
a
point that,
subpoena.
I don't know if my other colleagues, but we just received a letter that the city clerk has given to us. And then I've received numerous emails. Now, I don't think everyone has gotten those same emails from different people. I don't know who they're from, but I feel when we talk about having to discuss in an executive session, it should be kept, for me, private, for if it's true or if it's not true. And I am for executive session with that. And I can tell you this, some of the things that we heard that came out on the Channel 12 by Ronnie Dahl was not given, we hadn't heard of it. I hadn't heard of it. Then the entire case was put up. Then Michigan Now did a case on it also. So when we talk about, because it's a very sensitive subject, I think that if we're discussing it, this display right here wouldn't have happened if it was an executive session. And there are some things that may have changed some people's minds. that came out that was in the transcript that was put up on for public information. We didn't have all that information when we made the decision to pass those last, the Baker cases. We didn't have that. We didn't have all that information. And I specifically asked some questions that after I read through it again, I'm disturbed by it. So having an executive session, to me, is the place where we discuss it. Having this banter back and forth where we try to fix other people, by not giving them certain opportunities. And then this is what came out by not giving an executive session. And if it kept going at the rate Councilman Mays was going, he was speaking on some other things that people keep sending us. And this shouldn't be, the place for it is in executive session, where if it's not true, to dispel it and go over it there with the city attorney. Not here where we have the police chief and the councilman going back,
Ain't
because
that
I've heard
crazy?
the same things the community has, and people are emailing each of us, and all of us got passed out some information. Every council member has this. So I don't know where it's coming from, but I think that we have a right and a responsibility to deal with it, because it's a very strong allegations. And having 175,000, that they're stating in this letter that was given, and that's not even Councilman May saying it's a cover-up. This is people watching. This is the community saying, do we have this in our police department? This is the community. And that news broadcast went all over everywhere. And for me, I don't want to talk about it because people on all sides have families. And this is so quick, instead of figuring it out, because if we have a problem in the police department, we need to fix it. It needs to be fixed, because we're going to keep having cases, but we have just settled 360,000 in cases, and some of the information did not come out. And a sexual harassment is serious in the workplace. It's very serious. And those allegations and on this letter that we just got, these are very serious. So I'm not for brushing it underneath the rug. I'm not. I'm just not. And I have worked with men and I've seen sexual harassment, but some of these allegations, if it's true, if it's not, it should have been, we needed, if someone wanted more discussion in private, because the public is talking very publicly and they're all over social media. And this display between the chief and Councilman Mays was not good. This was not good.
You're right.
It was not good, because these, they have families. And when someone makes an accusation and we don't have all the information, and I don't recall, because there's so many cases, 18, I was privy to the cases even before we did the settlement. But I can't say specifically in this one case, because all of them were not of the same nature. Each case had different specifics. And this case was the one with with Michael Ross. I don't personally remember right off what Michael Ross case was,
I don't need.
because there were so many cases in these. So, and I don't know if we can ask through you, to Attorney Sparrow, if he can say what specifically his was, because there was racial discrimination. There was a lot of different things.
Are you able to answer?
I do not know the specific details of this case. I just don't. It wasn't my case.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? How about in the second?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Let me make this record clear. When I called Chief Green up, my intent was to ask him between now and Monday, could he help me to that case? Because Attorney Kim them, from what I done found out, is crooked when it comes to me. I stick with that. Some of these council folks have been crooked. For me,
Point
that
of
means
order.
they breaking the law.
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point?
Listen, my colleagues is calling us a name that he alleging us. Our name is Councilman Murphy, Attorney Kim, all these other names. What if we start calling him other names? You are the chairperson. Rule when he get out of order, put him back in his place so we can stay germane to the topic. That's how we end up going back and forth with each other. You are the chairperson. It's up to you to rule him and put him in his place when he start calling people names.
Point well taken.
Madam Chair, did you put Chief Green in his place when he said I'm covering up? And then I gave him the mic to say everything. He ain't said another word. And Quincy didn't say point of order or nothing. I'm not really studying what Quincy and the chief saying. Folk can be crooked. That means you breaking the law. You can vote on our rules and break the law in like a gang. You crooked. When you break the law repeatedly, that's what I call crooked.
Point of order.
Now let me move on.
What's your point,
My colleague is making alleged allegations that he cannot prove, and he are calling people crooked. Put him in his place. It don't make no sense that this man gets to sit here and call us anything that he wants to.
Mr. Mays, please stay germane and show respect to your.
Madam Chair, when you
May
got
I finish, may I finish, please?
Okay.
Please show respect to your fellow colleagues. And that includes not calling them crooked, as well as our city staff.
Let me say this.
I am not finished.
When you finish, I'll proceed.
As you are aware, our charter as well as our rules state that we should show courtesy and respect to staff and fellow colleagues. Please do so. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that ain't one-sided. I deserve and demand respect as well. I done looked at plenty of videos with you sitting right next to him. You ain't corrected Mr. Murphy yet. He's called me a disgrace, said stuff can't get done, he's got to go. That's not proper. He don't even know me like that. Been sitting here for 9 to 10 years and y'all just getting here. The chief was way out of line. Covering up. What is Mays covering up? I asked him. Quincy didn't check him and you didn't check him. You got a sitting police chief standing in a public meeting telling the councilman he crooked and covering up stuff. That's major. Major. And then here you talking about Quincy and him and others deserve respect. I deserve it. But you skipping over that because you were right in with them, violating the rules and voting wrong. Point of information, ruling wrong. Them rules is law. Y'all get y'all chance if this trial proceeds to say stuff under oath. I know y'all think this ain't nothing. It's called malicious prosecution in some circles. That's what it's called. No council person has been arrested for returning their seat after properly being excused. I've been here 10 years. And you want to lecture me on how after properly being excused. Keep that in mind as you look at me. My position is this. Y'all lecturing the wrong one because your actions is recorded. The chief's actions is recorded. Everybody in town from here to Mississippi and Alabama want to know what that chief is alleging publicly that I'm covering up. Hell, I want to know. Ms. Priestley, if you rule on this stuff, you should pay attention. But your attention span ain't no different than Worthing and Murphy and Liddell Lewis and them when it come to me talking. Because y'all very discriminatory. It's a different treatment. Here you gonna try to correct me and tell me how to talk. And the chief of police stood there and called me crooked, a cover up. You ain't said nothing. Why? Because it come from his lips. What is he? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy? His lips ain't no prayer book. He been crooked. They was crooked when I dealt with DeVale Murdoch. Until DeVale Swan got them white police out there. The way you ruling on me and Quincy and the chief and them, you crooked sitting up there and that podium. It's called discrimination. It's illegal in America. A different treatment. So y'all need to get off of my butt. I'm not buying it. I don't care who and what your name is. When it come to me, my son, my family, my mama, my daddy, you done caught a tiger by the tail. And for the chief to lie, in my opinion, and then try to say I'm covering something up, he wouldn't say a word and then left. It's about time to put him under subpoena. Let him commit perjury, but not with this fire chief. Not with this fire. They don't care. They don't care. They out to get me, and I know the Lord know I'm clean as a whistle. That's why I can talk like this. I don't know what they doing. Now here the chief gonna say covering up in front of everybody. Let's ask him what I'm covering up. The closest I'm covering up is calling y'all names that I wish I could call you. But I'm being polite when I call folks handkerchief heads, crooks. That's polite. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? A call for the vote. Send resolution 230027 to council.
Excuse me, Ms. Burns,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Eva. To send.
Ain't that great?
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain so I can state the reason that even the sunshine man, the transparent man, didn't want to vote to talk and communicate about this police lawsuit case. So I'm gonna abstain just so I can say the sunshine man didn't even want to discuss it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Point of order,
to send-
Madam Chair, may I be excused for a
Yes.
second?
To send resolution 230027 to council.
Yes, I would like to move 230030 to council.
Mr. Murphy, I was going to ask for, if we can do that one and then we can come back to the other one. Is that all right with you? Okay. Okay. Motion has been made to move 230030 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
It's actually my separation,
Oh,
Councilman.
Yeah, I
I
was
thought-
gonna-
okay, my
Yeah,
fault.
yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Chief Wiggins. Judy, he can't hear, can you call?
Chief Wiggins, can you come up?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Burns.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
I was looking at the purchase order for the 40, for the pants and for the jacket. And I was looking at, how many firefighters do you have on staff now?
We have 63 plus about 10 trainees.
Okay. So you have about 63. And are there uniforms? I know that after over so long of a period, they can't they need to be replaced.
Yes,
So,
yes, ma'am, these are not uniforms. This is called bunker gear. When they get on the fire truck, they have to have boots and specialized pants and overcoats.
correct, and I do understand my ex-husband was the fire marshal, so I get it. I'm SAG, so I completely get it. So you have got 63, you're ordering 40. And I'm looking down here, it states that pricing is valid until next price increase, which is expected to be February the 1st. So this purchase, or I don't see our purchase director or manager in here. So we are now past February the 1st.
Those prices are being held for us.
Are they going, because we're past February the 1st. This states as expecting an increase on February the 1st, and we are now February the 8th. So
Yes, ma'am. I can't tell you that about purchasing. All I know is our people need this bunker
right.
gear.
Oh, and I agree. I don't want to have it held up. I'm just looking that your price may have went up because this price looks like it was held until February the 1st. We're now February the 8th, and we don't take it to vote on it until Monday. So there may be a change in price. I didn't know if you were aware of that or you had knowledge of that.
I will make a phone call to the
Okay.
manufacturer, but
Yeah.
these bunker coats, understand they only have a 10-year
Right.
lifespan.
Expect is correct.
And as we wash them, we can only use them for so long.
And I completely understand. I used to make my husband undress in the garage when
Yes,
he
ma'am.
came home because his clothes still smelled like it after the gear. So I just wanted to make sure you were keeping this pricing because I know we've had problems with supply chain issues. So that was my only concern about that is if you may have another, it looks like it may be a price increase or if there was another quote that's going to extend your date further. So that,
Generally, they will let us know personal phone call if the price went up,
okay. Okay.
and we haven't received a call.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Wiggins.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't go too far. Is there any other discussion in the first round? All right, I have a question.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I'm pushing for your guys to have 2 sets. This is just to replace some of the worn out ones.
Correct.
Right? This is not additional.
Correct.
Okay, so we expect something on the additional through ARPA. That's in the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Thank you very much. That was my question. I wanted to make clear.
Thank you.
Any other discussion and the second round? And-
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Chief Wiggins?
Don't go far.
I should have let you go further to get your steps in.
That was a pretty good spin.
Are helmets the same way? Do we have a helmet deficiency or helmets are good?
We're pretty good with helmets.
Do they have the same lifespan or shorter?
No.
I would think shorter, right?
No, if they melt or the face shields melt, then we replace them at that time, but they're pretty durable.
Okay. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hope that those don't melt very often because that puts our guys in danger.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please, to send 220030 to council.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to send 230030 to council. Ms. Burns, entertain a motion for 230029.
I'd like to put a motion on the floor for 220329, agreement with City of Flint, Genesee County Prosecutor's Office Witness Protection Services Program.
Is there support?
To move it to council?
Yeah, move to council. Yeah.
I support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to move 230029 to council. Any discussion? Ms.
Madam
Burns?
Chair, thank you. It looks, well, Chief Green's gone. So through you to Mr. Edwards, and I don't know if this is going to be able, he's going to be able to answer this question.
Mr. Edwards.
Let me know when you're ready. I
I
thought you were reading over the
oh,
resolution.
no, I was just turning it to the page, that's all.
Oh, okay, but no problem. And good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Good evening.
You may not have the answers to this because it looks like the chief is gone and the staff left before 9 o'clock. So who released the staff to leave? Because everyone left. It was before 9.
Yeah, discussion was going in a direction and I let them go.
Okay.
I probably would have left too, really, to be honest with you.
Okay, so with the program, I guess, because I did have questions about the witness protection program, are you able to answer any of these? Any questions from the program?
No, other than what's in the
Yeah.
staff review is what, I review that before the resolution moves on, but I'm pretty much sticking close to the staff review.
Okay, and understood, because there were some questions, and that's what I thought. So I will just, Chief Green will be here Monday, and then I could ask questions, because it looks like we're giving $100,000 to the prosecutor's office for the witness protection program. And I do have several questions regarding that and people who were on the waiting list, and for residents who were told that they were supposed to be on it. And I thought we were supposed to be setting aside, I think originally he had asked for 500,000, then I believe we were given 300,000, and now this is at 100,000. So I just wanted some clarity, but he's not here, and I know that's his department. So I will just ask him, because you wouldn't be able to answer. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, just a little side note. I sent you a referral for a gentleman that reached out to me that was supposed to be part of the witness protection plan. Hopefully you have received that through our clerk. I put it in through a referral probably a week ago or 2 weeks ago, I'm not sure. But they are waiting to be assisted in that witness protection plan. And I don't really want to get into detail with who they are or nothing, but they did reach out to me.
Point of information. For you to the speaker, I did speak with them. I did tell them to reach out to you, Councilman Murphy, in addition, because I believe it was in your ward. Thank you.
Madam Chair. To Councilman Murphy, if you could, you don't have to talk about any name or anything like that, but I use the reference numbers. Can you give me the reference numbers to that particular, because I always send back to you when it's received and I code it with a number. So if you could give me the number.
To you, to the speaker, usually our clerk do a wonderful job putting the referrals together and send them to you. What I'll do is just go back into my emails and re-email you that, because I believe I added their number on there too for contact.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
No problem.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? How about any discussion in second? Any discussion in the second? Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to send resolution 230029 to council. Entertain a motion to adjourn?
Oh, support.
So
Oh,
moved.
my fault. So moved.
Support.
It's been moved. Roll call, please. Motion to adjourn.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 9:11.
Okay, it is 9:27 and I'm bringing government ops to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing.
Present.
You have 5 members present.
All right, we have 5 members present. The reading of disorderly conduct is on the agenda. Public speaking, not seeing any members of the public, so we will say public speaking going once, going twice. We will close public speaking. Council response. Anybody want to respond? Anybody want to respond? Going once, going twice. We'll move past that. Special orders, I will ask that they all stay on without objection. Hearing no objections, we are on to resolutions. Resolution 230037. Is there a motion?
Yes, I would like to move resolution 230037 to repeal of the Public Act 436 of 2012, the Local Financial State Stability and Choice Act to council.
Okay, there's a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been properly supported by Dr. Lewis. Any discussion?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy.
thank you. This resolution, you guys, is something that I've been working on for a while. I talked to you guys about it before. First, I want to really thank Attorney Gurley, Joanne Gurley, for working with me on this. I drafted a resolution to repeal Public Act 436. I also been working with Senator John Cherry. So I want to thank him too, because he worked closely with me with this. What they are doing is in Lansing, they are repealing Public Act 436. They have the language together. They are in the process of putting it on the floor to be voted on. What I wanted to do as a council, and we've been in talks with the mayor to support this resolution for Public Act 436. As y'all know, the emergency manager just came in here and did a lot of things that just devastated our community. So this resolution here will support the bill that the legislative got to repeal Public Act 436. But what I asked him to do is to allow us the opportunity to vote on it as a body. Once we vote on this as a body, we can send it to Lansing, to the House of Representatives and the Senate. So when they debating it on the floor, they'll know that they got some support from council to repeal Public Act 436. So this is what this resolution is about, and we had to work on it. I had it ready at the last council meeting, but I thought it was important to bring it to committee first for you guys to look at it and have discussion and move it to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else on the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone in the second round? Anyone in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call on sending 230037 to council.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 1 no.
5 yes, 1 no. That will move to council. I will move 230038 and 39 to council without objection. Without objection? Without objection. Okay, those will move to council. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. Moved and properly supported. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
I abstain. I don't know what they're talking about.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Government ops is adjourned at 9:32.
Order, it is 9:35.
You ain't got about to say.
Reading of disorderly person, city's code.
Do you? You
Oh,
think
okay.
you do?
Yeah, roll call,
I
Madam
don't
Clerk.
want to get your mama in this. I just wish you stay in your lane when it come to me, because I ain't the one.
Eric, your mic is open. Eric, your mic is on if you,
I wanted to.
Go ahead, go.
Um,
I want my mic on.
call.
Mr. Mays,
Yeah, present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
present.
Winfrey Carter is absent, Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Hergenboder is absent, Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing.
Present.
You have 7 members present.
First, I would like to, read the reading of disorderly person, city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code, section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting a meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Any public speaking? Any public speaking? Any public speaking? Going once, going twice, going 3. The public speaking is closed. Resolutions, anybody want to move?
Mr. Chair, I make a I'd like to move 230024 and 230025 to council.
There's been a
Support.
motion to move resolution 230024, resolution 230025. Is there support?
Support.
There's support. Any discussion? Any discussions on this resolution? Going once, going twice. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yeah, I want to abstain from voting with this crowd of 5 or 6. I don't even like their politics.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
Anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
Call the vote.
Oh, okay. There are, vote of 5 yes, 1 abstention.
6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
Oh, 6 yes, 1 abstention, 0 no. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
There's been a motion to adjourn, and there's support.
Roll call.
Second roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I abstain because on these agendas in every committee meeting, we have discussion items before adjournment. And this particular crowd don't respect agendas. they don't really know what they're doing. And since they don't follow the agendas according to our laws and rules, I abstain because they don't get it.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
Meeting has been adjourned.
In every committee, you